Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to League 6, the second character. You saw my announcement, that is right. I can finally confirm this should be the second to last stream. This second account has only 5 days of membership left. I don't intend to continue that. This is not my main account. And I work Saturday and Monday, so that pretty much leaves today and Sunday. Want to see the end of leagues? Don't miss it. We are here on a very interesting day, this fine June 5th, except that RuneScape is hosted in the UK, where today is June 6th, and I'd like to get into why that's such an important day in RuneScape later. For now, Uh, I am joined by my good friend and fellow streamer here.
Hallo, dit is Zeilenbahn.
That's right. Freshly imported from Eastern lands, just a bun. Probably rice in it or something, I don't know. Oh wait, wrong kind of bun, right?
What?
uh, things have definitely advanced since you last saw this account. You might be able to tell from that. Every relic unlocked went with Executioner this time for a nice change of pace. Every area unlocked, we're now in the desert, and I've already flagged for Tombs of a Mascot, though I'm unlikely to stream it. You know, for reasons. If any of you would like me to stream Tombs of a Mascot, feel free to get me a $3,000 gaming computer.
Eh,
um, what else? We last left off with me just looking at doing Gauntlet, I believe. So, yeah, may I introduce my gear? I got the Crystal Blessing. Not that I'm really making use of it right now because I'm using the Bow of Fernan. And I got a full crystal set of armor, which I used to get 99 smithing, 99 crafting, and then get 50 million in both of those. There's a lot of fancy things I would love to do with Grimoire that I'm probably not going to get to do because there's just not all that much time. So that leaves the question, what am I actually trying to do from here? Well, points. Not necessarily a particular rank, though the fact I'm so close to Adamant means I may as well finish getting Adamant. But points. Like I said from the outset, I want cosmetics on this character. Whether that's to sell or to use, I'm undecided, but I want the ability to make that choice. Secondly, I'd like to get all the echo weapons. Thirdly, I'd like to run Tombs of a Mascot. Pretty close to being able to run it outside of the league, since I'd like to do that with my group iron, and none of them are close. Yeah, this is probably going to be the last time running Tombs of a Mascot for quite a while. In terms of current activities, you find me in the middle of, well, trying to get Cerberus's echo weapon. He's kind of being a massive pain in the ass. Hmm. So, where does that leave us? Well, I'm gonna try and poke at some of the PvE stuff because I've got a couple grinds to do. There's like 3 pretty fast bosses to work at and see how long it takes before I get what I need from each of them, and I don't know, maybe a few other minor things. We're gonna be mostly keeping to the realm of things that take like 1 to 3 minutes to kill. So if things start lagging really badly and it becomes unplayable, we're just gonna give up on PvE and go do something else. And in fact, I've already named this stream for my backup plan. Because there's a pretty good chance we're gonna end up doing it at some point during the stream. Oh, you'll forgive me, I hope, if I take a moment to breathe and contemplate my entire existence before I walk into this. I'll show you why, but this is one of the hardest echo bosses of both this and last league. And in fact, they removed one of the ones that was harder than it this league. So yeah, he kind of just, by lack of competition, got sorted even higher. I've heard it from like 5 people that went Premonic. Dagonoth Kings is apparently similar difficulty to him. And it's kind of up for debate which one is harder. But yeah, he's a pain in the ass. So I'll show you why as I walk in and run off to the left, start the fight. So this I forgot it doesn't actually go into battle music because echo bosses are funky that way. So this first part looks simple enough, right? Dodge fire, pray magic. Easy. Notice how slow his health bar is moving. At 600 HP at the upper left corner is not accurate. The HP reading thing in RuneLite doesn't actually know how to track Echo Boss HP. Well, see, the problem is those 3 waves of ghosts that you have to pray against, and just kind of die if you fail. Well, that's one problem. The other is that Cerberus is also damaging you while you're dealing with that. It's just extra fun. Oh, yeah, I love it when he puts the fire down right in the path that I'm running. He could put it down in a lot of different angles, but my favorite is when he puts it right where you're running, because I really hate winning. Because I really am just increasingly convinced that the people who playtest this for them are part spider. Like they've got some I don't know, some of those like anime writers going and playing this game, and then they go, yeah, a human can totally do that. Look in every direction simultaneously. That's how human eyes work. Anyway, it wasn't a death to lag, so we keep going, I guess. Have I mentioned I hate this boss? So I feel like I need to mention that. I just like a lot of their just extreme difficulty. There's things happening that require you to look in 3 different directions simultaneously and do 2 different things within the same tick. Kinds of bosses. I don't know who they're programmed for, like what the target audience with those is. I don't understand it. I don't like it, and I'm getting really tired of it. Just the ludicrous level of difficulty. There's hard, and then there's what the fuck. And man, does this game love crossing over into what the fuck. Of course, somewhere around this point, the Sage's Axe becomes useful, but hell if I can swap while also running, while also praying. I don't understand what the intent here is. Like, I don't know what they were thinking when they programmed this. I don't understand. So I'm gonna go fucking insane. 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 And we're only just starting. Oh boy, I sure do love Cerberus so much. Oh, okay. He's just kind of randomly decided to do it in a different direction than he does it 90% of the time. That's fine. You don't need to follow patterns or do things in particular predictable orders. That'd be silly. Why would I ever expect predictable patterns from something that's already ultra difficult? That would actually make it doable. For the astute observers among you, yes, that is the travel speed of his projectile. And yes, you have to be praying against it when it first launches, not when it actually is going to impact you. Um, yeah, I have feelings about this game sometimes. I don't suppose I can. Okay, I can. If you'll take a look at the chat, that was kill number 39. And by the way, I generally have died 1 to 2 times for every single one of those. So we're up to, you know, it took a bunch of deaths after the first one, so add those on as well. Oh, somewhere in the ballpark of over 80 attempts to come this far and still get nothing. Ugh. Okay. It's fine. Torture's fun, right? Yeah, you basically get this whole, like, first part to DPS him. And then, yeah, sure, hope you made the most of this part, because you don't get that again. Seriously, if you screw up the beginning of this fight for whatever reason, just restart. It's not even worth carrying on an attempt that you've screwed up, because what this fight asks of you is already so insane. What? I was talking to Pierre about it, and Pierre was like, "Oh yeah, the fight's really hard, but you know, as long as you can kill it before the second wave, it's doable. So you have to do 2 ghost waves that it starts to get really crazy." And I'm like, I have to do 2 ghost waves every fucking time. It's only when I get really lucky with damage rolls and echo procs that I can do it in less than 2. Bo Ferdinand bow build is not that strong. I don't know, maybe if I had a twisted bow, this would be more doable, but that would require me to be lucky. Well, that's a pretty silly thing to think about. Huh. Yeah, if you want to use the health bar in the upper left, there's 2 problems. First, it doesn't always update quite on the same pace as the damage is actually happening. Secondly, you basically just have to double all the numbers. Now, for the purposes of figuring out when he's at 20% HP, does mean you can roughly get a sense of it. Yep, there's a lag I was waiting for. I knew it was coming sooner or later. Sooner or later it would come and just, hey, I don't think you're getting kicked in the balls hard enough. Let me kick you a little harder. And we're done. Hope you all had fun with the stream. Goodbye. No, I have my backup plan. And that is to gain 1 Herblord level, which I think I have the herbs for. Let's first of all see if there's any herbs I have gained the ability to clean, because cleaning is just a really easy way to get some XP. Can I clean you yet? I cannot clean you yet. Alright, can I clean you yet? I cannot clean you yet. Can I clean you yet? Yes. Alright, and that was one herb lore level. While I'm at it, is there anything else I can clean? No. Okay. And we're gonna pop that open, which then makes my stream break, because Runelite is a perfectly implemented streaming service. Oh, it was boostable. I didn't need that level anyway. That's fine. Need an axe. Gonna need arrowman. Gonna need to go to Favdor. Alright, so this is a little bit of a secret weapon Asgarnia has. I don't hear a lot of people factor this into their zone picks, and frankly, I don't think it should necessarily be a major deciding factor. But it's a boon noteworthy enough that if you're overlooking it, if you already are in Asgarnia, if you already have a reason to come to Asgarnia and you overlook this, you're missing out big time. I'll show you why. So, we run through this. Mr. Silas here has some beans to sell us. Magic beans. They do magic things. But if we get him some magic things, he'll give us the magic beans. And first of those magic things will be a feather of a griffin. Now, sadly, Clausy's not here, or I'd just get this a little more easily. We gotta go see a fellow named Grimm instead.
What? Not me.
Yeah. Your feathers even stick around when you shapeshift back into being something other than Griffin.
My feathers stick around when I'm in the half dragon form.
Anyways, we have a conversation with Great and Mighty Grimm. We're gonna run through this, but if you've never done this quest before, I'd recommend not even using a guide, to be honest, and just figuring this all out for yourself, because it's pretty fun. It's more fun than just already knowing all the answers, which I do. We pick lots of the right options. And put the griffin to sleep. If you choose the wrong option, the griffin bites you. Anyhow, there's a whole process here. Let me double check. Yeah, we still have to go talk to him. And the second thing we need is the helm of Rupert the Beard. Anyway, we have a chat with a dream pipe. That leads to Rupert the Beard. We
Oh
offer
yeah,
to
the
climb
dwarf
up.
Rapunzel.
And Rupert lets down his long hair. Again, if you've never done this quest, treat yourself and read the dialogue. But you are then, old chestnut. Should start calling people random things like that. Ah, Orchid, you old broom. It's good to see you. Not even gonna give me a response for that. Yeah. Oh, that's what's confusing. Hey, Narnie. I
Yeah.
am the mousetrap. Hiya! Holy shit, the size of those coins. That's actually really great. I don't usually bother killing these. Not really a reason to. Freedom. Now you might be wondering where his long beard has gone. Um, he hides it in his armor. It has just a big beard pocket. And he gave me his helm.
Bag of beard holding.
Heck of armor of beard holding, more like.
Oh, what was that silly thing Lily made reference to? Bra holding?
Yeah. With helm in hand, we can go collect those beans. Because the truth is, the beans weren't the point. He wants one more thing. A golden goblin.
Could you
That
do me
is...
one small favor?
Oh no.
I like that that quest has such infamy because of just how it is, but at the same time, that's just so many of the quests in the game.
It is, but
It's just that that one's to the extreme.
yeah. For a reference, Arc's not talking about this one, she's referencing another that's literally called One Small Favor.
Yeah, it's called One Small Favor, and you go to one person, and he's like, I want this thing. Could you find it for me? And you can, and the way you do it is by going to someone else, and they're like, okay, I'll give you that thing if you find this for me.
It is just
And
an
it's
entire
just a slow
chain
chain of
of,
effectively
hey,
telephone.
can you do me one small favor? Go to the next person. Hey,
Yeah,
can you do me one small favor? And your character just getting increasingly exasperated. The dialogue really
I
makes the
think it's
quest.
like I think it's like a cycle of like 5 or 6 people that you find that's just like, hey, could you do this one small favor for me?
I don't know, it feels never ending because even when you get all of them, you then have to fulfill all of them.
Yep. In order that you receive them too.
Technically in reverse order, but
Or yeah,
yeah.
reverse order. Yeah, in the reverse order that you receive them. From last to first.
Anyway, we beat up this giant. This isn't a particularly hard fight. The hard part of this quest is just having the skilling levels to do it. Get another watering can, which we can combine and then get rid of. And we have the golden goblin. By the way, that single slot inventory space is a literal entire goblin. Because that's just how inventory works in RuneScape. You got turned to gold.
You're the the player character inventory is a is effectively just a limitless bottomless bag for weight, but can only ever hold 28 singular items at a time.
Doesn't matter what those items are. Uh,
Like, you could hold a stone that's 1 pound in a single inventory slot, but you could also go and oh, I don't know, buy a block of gold that's like 13,000 pounds and it takes up a single inventory slot.
yeah.
I forget what the thing is, but the heaviest item in the game is like a block of gold that's stupidly fucking heavy.
Also,
That's used for construction, I think.
Narni, what are you talking about? Everyone said Armored Core 6 was already pretty cool.
New Gundam game?
Anyway, bloody hell. Yeah, there you go. The superpower of this quest. The fucking XP. As I just get instant boosted to base level 60. I mean, 10 levels of herb lore. A few agility levels, a few wood cutting levels. Even outside of the league, this thing gives pretty good XP. It also gives a lot of thieving XP, but I already had that maxed out.
What Gundam game?
Summer Game Fest today. Wait, that looks like a Gundam. That's a fun thing to realize. An hour or so ago, so yeah, that's why
My
we haven't
Steam
heard it
is
yet.
not showing me that.
I'll tell you what I did hear from Summer Game Fest.
Could just search on-
Code Veronica remake. Finally. It's funny they did Resident Evil 4 before they did Code Veronica, because Code Veronica leads into future things. Technically, though, Code Veronica more leads into Resident Evil 5 than 4, so I will give them that.
Oh, Rogue Orbit. Says it's gonna be released next year. Man.
You're not interested?
No, but that's also because I'm a OG Gundam fan. I liked the original animes of Gundam, which had super cool, complex mechs to a degree, yeah, but also like they were cool, and they were complex in ways, but they were also very simple, you know.
Hmm.
Like they weren't super different in sizes and designs all too often. Yeah, Zion did have a couple that were different, and I forget the military for Earth. I don't want to say it's the Earth Defense Force because that's just overused in Japanese anime, but it actually might be, and I just don't remember. Like my favorite mobile suit from the older Gundam animes is, funnily enough, or my second favorite is the gun tank. which is legitimately just a Gundam torso slapped on a fucking pair of tank treads.
Hmm,
Like
nice.
it's it
The Earth
it's just
Federation, apparently.
things. Yes, thank you, thank you. I knew it was something around there, I just didn't remember. I haven't messed with Gundam in actual years.
I wouldn't
Um,
know because I've been introduced to one Gundam show and I didn't like it.
I wasn't a particularly big fan of it either. If I could find the original Gundam shenanigans, I would gladly show it to you because I liked that more. um, but like looking at
I don't remember which one. Arcade might know.
uh, what the hell? It was like Steel Orphans or something like that.
Iron Blood Orphans, maybe?
Yeah, Iron Blood Orphans, I think. Yeah, Gundam Iron Blood Orphans or something similar to that.
Yeah.
Um, yep, yep. That one was very bleak,
That was my
in my opinion.
introduction to them, and we didn't even end up finishing it.
No, we did not. um,
It was
I was introduced. Go ahead, Gil.
it was interesting because that was the first time I ever saw Arcade actually just want to quit a series that we started.
Yeah, give me a quick moment. I think
Usually,
I saw it.
she's
Yes.
pretty eager to see whatever we're watching through to the end.
I was particularly impressed with it. That's why.
Gundam Wing on Toonami. Makes sense.
Them both right here. My intro to Gundam was when I was really, really young. I was like, I think like 6 or 7, and I was still heavily, heavily in my Transformers love. I absolutely adored Transformers. I loved watching giant robots fight each other. Um, and here I am walking through. Fuck, I think it was. What was the old rental thing, Gil?
Blockbuster?
Where you could rent or buy movies. Yeah, I think I was walking through a Blockbuster. I think it was. God, I'm fucking old.
The ruins of a bygone era.
Yeah. So here I am walking through a Blockbuster, and I just see this this case that has an image of a robot landing with a laser sword in hand. Mind you, I was also still am a big Star Wars fan, so that looked fucking cool as hell to me. After cutting another robot in half, and I read the name, Mobile Suit Gundam. It was the fucking start. It was the start. That's what I first encountered, was Mobile Suit Gundam. Later, I encountered Mobile Suit Gundam, the 8th MS team.
Yeah, which 90 just
Those are the two
referenced.
I have. I still have volume 1 of the 8th MS team, and I really wanted to see the rest of it because it looked so fucking cool.
Uh, 8 seems epic.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I agree with you there. But that's where I started. I started back with effectively the start of Gundam. And I love the start of Gundam. I love the old sci-fi of it because it does have that really old look to it. Modern Gundam, most of the time they're like, "Hey, we have bipedal mechs. All right, cool. How do they move around?" They skate with uh they skate with thruster jets basically. Don't get me wrong, they did that in OG Gundam as well. They did do skating things with rocket thrusters as well. That is a common movement thing. But they also had legs for a fucking reason, and they used them. The robots actually moved around. Did they move around weightlessly? Yes, 100 fucking percent. It's nowhere near Pacific Rim, you know? There was not a lot of weight behind them sometimes. There were times where it's just like, there's no way that robot should be moving that quickly and that effortlessly for as big of a hunk of fucking metal as it is.
Maybe it's made of mithril.
But
That'd be a fucking
it
rad
was really
idea.
fucking
Gundam
cool.
Gundam
A
D&D.
dwarven robot made out of fucking mithril.
Just Gundam D&D have like adamantine Gundam, mithril Gundam.
That actually would be really fucking cool. That would be really cool, actually. Giving me ideas for Athra because that's effectively where they go. That's why one of the things about
Oh no.
Arcade is she's a mech pilot.
Oh no, gonna ping pong you back to your uncertainties of doing sci-fi Athers or fantasy Athers or
No. There's no uncertainty about that anymore because I do have the thought in mind that there is a straight line for Athra of they started out in Neolithic era stuff. They advanced up to through their own Bronze Age, Iron Age, up into medieval, and Athra, as I tried to play it in the few games that I did with you and the others, was on its burgeoning industrial era. There's a reason why Callister has electricity. It's because it's right on the verge of an industrial era. They're not having zero advancement. They are having some advancement. So eventually down the line, there is a sci-fi version of Athra. I'm just not there yet. I'm focusing on where it is currently. Ring was made of Gundamium, made up thing found in space.
Gundamium. Amazing.
Fantastic. Yeah.
It's up there with unobtainium.
Yeah. I'm an OG Gundam fan. That's why I'm not very fond of more recent Gundam things. Which is why that one called it Gundam. For a fun note, which is also part of the reason why I have some issues with modern stuff. Gundam isn't even like a every mobile suit title. Mobile suits are what they're known as. The Max. Gundam refers specifically to the main character mobile suit. The one with the blue and the fucking like horn-like thing sprouting off his forehead. That one's Gundam. Because if you look at other Earth Federation mobile suits, they're not called Gundams. For example, the most basic one is just called a GM. And that's my favorite, actually, funnily enough. I like the GM1s. Because they're stock standard. There's nothing particularly impressive or amazing about them. They're basic. That's all they really are. Like, yeah, the White Devil. The Zion mobile suits are called Zakus. And funnily enough, the Earth Federation uses kinetic weapon, or not kinetic, energy weapons. Their GMs and even the Gundam itself, mainly their main weapons are, I believe, some form of plasma. Requiem for Vengeance. I'll keep. I'll mark that down actually. Throw that in here for a thing to watch sometime.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, the oh, it's from Zion's side. Ooh, or Xion's side. That'd be Yeah, that actually is kind of interesting to watch. Because normally, for most of the stuff that we get to watch for Gundam is from the Earth Federation side of things. So we're watching from the Gundam side of things and watching the Gundam just tear through Zeon Zaku's like there's nothing. Um, okay. I would expect that of a lot of media having some complaints, but I'm happy to hear that you liked it overall.
Yeah.
So to get a view, it's effectively getting a view of fighting Vader. You know, that's the best way I could compare it.
Why?
The Gundams.
What hit me? What did I fail to pray against? I can't even know. It's the stupid fucking way this is programmed.
I couldn't tell what happened there.
I don't even know what I did wrong.
I don't either, and I've been watching the whole time.
I hate this stupid boss so much.
What kill are you at?
43.
Well,
I'm actually
at
gonna
least
have to
it's
just
almost
rely
over.
on the stupid fucking bad luck protection because I had to get lucky on all the easy bosses just so the hard one could really fuck me over. Just as hard as possible. Easy boss?
Yeah.
You can have it in like 2-3 kills. You don't need to kill the easy boss that much. But the fucking artist Echo boss in the league? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Good idea, Narni. I've never played Hades, though. It looks interesting. Shrug.
um.
No, it's fine. I didn't actually want to deal any damage. I like just being stuck in a heal loop for the entire fight.
But yeah. Uh. Sorry, I was just watching. Um, God, it's fucking nuts.
I heard something about that. It's pretty great.
That's fantastic. Um, what was I? Right. But yeah. Short, short thing, or long dialogue short. I absolutely fucking love OG Gundam. It is one of my favorite things, and that's part of the reason why I've just not been particularly wowed by newer Gundam stuff, because the mobile suits are just looking more and more complex and get crazier and crazier capabilities and stuff, and it's just like, okay, cool.
Mm. So normal anime, we gotta scale everything up, kind of things that happen as a franchise goes on
Yeah,
for a long time.
yeah, because the special thing about the original Gundam was that it moved faster and could dish out more damage and take more damage than basically every other mobile suit. So it was faster and stronger, and that's basically the whole thing that made it special. Um, and yeah, part of that is the pilot. Yeah. Um, but then at the other hand, you also have, or not at the other hand, but then later on, we get things like Gundams that have, yeah. Um, but later on, we have Gundams that have like rings of rings with little like laser pods that basically orbit around them that can fire at everything. Gundams that are mobile suits that are just bristling with weaponry literally everywhere. It's just like, okay. I I remember back when this was all about just really cool and skilled pilots, and now we've got missile Gundam. Okay. Like that was the thing was that was the biggest thing is the Gundam itself was extremely powerful and its pilot was really good. But then on the opposite end of the spectrum, yeah, yeah, unicorn gun Gundam unicorn, yeah, where it was just weapons fucking everywhere. I remember seeing that and just being like, what the hell?
Where's
What
the Gundam?
the fuck? um
Like a
But then
giant.
on the opposite side of things, in the original Gundam, um, the main, not antagonist, rival, I'll say, Zeon's pilot, that was the rival of the main character of the original Gundam, was, yeah, um, yeah, Char. He was he didn't get much different from normal Zeon Zaku's if I remember correctly. And he was just a really fucking good pilot. Like it's basically comparing an X-Wing pilot to a TIE fighter pilot. is the way that I would want to put it. It's red, which made it 3 times faster. But yeah, Char. The way you could identify Char was he had a unicorn horn on the front of his Zaku's head, but also his Zaku was red. He also had a... No, I don't think that's how they distinguish rank. I was thinking of the long pauldron, I think at the left shoulder. For a fun note, Gil, Arkid's mech is based off of Zeon Zaku's, because I liked Zaku design. Just because I can throw these at you. Go for...
Neat.
Yeah.
Got that Cylon one-eye thing going.
Yep. In some different mobile suit models that Xeon used, those eyes could rotate not 100, but 360 degrees around the head.
Nice. Fun thing, by the way.
Sorry, I was just reading what Narni said. Fun thing?
I'm sorry, what Narni said has no meaning to me.
Amuro is the main character of OG Gundam. And he's with the Earth Federation. Char is with Xeon. Those are opposing sides. So for them to be working on the same side, it's like, eh.
Let's see.
What?
Those are always fun stories.
Yeah, because it's kind of begs that question of, okay, what's happening that's causing you guys to have to put things aside and work together?
Yeah.
What greater threat is there? But what were you gonna mention?
So you're familiar with Cylons in Battlestar Galactica, right?
Vaguely.
I've never seen Battlestar Galactica, but I've heard a fair bit about it, and for pretty good reason, since Battlestar Galactica was a lot of the same people who worked on Star Wars. To the point where George Lucas even sued them. The Earth fed trunning into the Titans after Stardust memory and being assholes. Is that English? Does that, Arkid, does that make sense to you?
Earth Federation turned into another faction that I'm not familiar with after another series, and started to be assholes to everyone else, basically.
Oh.
So Earth Federation turning into a different faction and getting aggressive with others, which caused the main character to swap sides or to go rogue lightly, is what it sounds like. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm piecing together. Fun note, Gil, because Mobile Suit Gundam, of course, came out of Japan. They also tried to make a kid-friendly version. Because it's Japan.
No.
Which is also another thing I have somewhere, but
After, and I believe it was actually a lawsuit that ended the show. After that happened, that wasn't quite the end. Because, see, one of them got the bright idea to take the Cylon's, like, side-to-side red eye thingamajig and slap it on the front of a car. Sound
whoa,
familiar?
those things are weird. Step on the front of a car. No.
Well,
Doesn't sound familiar.
they called the car Kit. And the show they made around it was called Knight Rider.
Ah, that's why I wouldn't recognize it right off the bat. I don't know Knight Rider well.
That was a pretty good show.
Neat.
Definitely, it occupies a funny space because in terms of the actual show writing, it was nothing exceptional. There were lots of similar shows on at the time, all in the same vein of stranger comes to. We're following the exploits of this guy who's a relative stranger wherever he goes, and he goes from town to town helping people. It's that concept is done in several shows, and frankly, there's quite a few that execute it better than Knight Rider. However, the lead, David Hasselhoff, well, he's David Hasselhoff. He has a decent bit of charisma. And the gimmick, the car, was fantastic. And the dynamic between the two was even better. It wasn't really, the draw of the show really wasn't the adventures themselves, but how fun the interactions with the characters were.
I did not recognize the name G Gundam immediately, but seeing it, yes, I have seen that design before. I've not seen the series it's from, but I have seen its design before. I've seen I think the silliest one was the Netherlands one, I think. Or one of the sillier ones. Yeah. They had some really silly designs for it. The Netherlands one is literally just a fucking windmill.
Matador Gundam. Delaga. These things look like they'd fit in Mega Man.
Oh, you think... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Here you go.
Viking Gundam looks like Season 3 Transformers. Oh my goodness.
It's super fucking silly. You could see why I was just like, hold on, I gotta show this one.
Yeah.
Cause think, look at those super silly designs, you know, and then it also has designs like these. It has some really fucking neat designs, and it's got really fucking silly designs. Yeah, basically, from what I heard. I haven't looked into it a lot. It's a series I know very little about, so I wouldn't know.
COD Gundam.
But
Okay.
yes.
It just reminds me of friggin' wait, Kami. He called himself God. From now on, you will call me Super Kami Guru.
No, I think it was something along the something more accurately of like, I think he started off by just going, pretentious prick.
Yeah.
What? He called himself God. And he plays it off like it doesn't bother him, and this was like a moment later, just no, yes. From now on, you will refer to me as Super Kami Guru. Yes, Super Kami Guru.
Doesn't he at first just say Super Kami and then he adds Guru after?
Oh yeah, yeah, no, you're right. He does start with just from now on, you'll call me Super Kami. No wait, Super Kami Guru. What the hell? That's the kind of shit. What was that anime Pierre wanted us to watch? The fucking drill mecha anime.
Oh, oh shit, I don't. It's a famous one too. I've heard a lot about, but I can't remember the name right now.
Yeah, but Gurren Lagann. Yeah,
Gurren
it's
Lagann.
Gurren Lagann.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fucking
hearing God Gundam, my
finally.
fist is burning bright, shining fingers. Just the thought of like, man,
Mhm.
that sounds like something out of Gurren Lagann.
Fucking finally, Fang of the Hound.
Huzzah! Congrats!
Thanks, that was worth 80 points.
Yay!
That should not have been 80 points, that should have been 200. Suing Jagex. By the way, that was the bad luck protection. That was not me getting lucky. Yeah, I hate everything.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Gil. I saw something about the new God of War game.
Yeah.
Someone said that they can't believe that they had gotten a Egyptian goddess so horribly wrong, because she, to them, does not even look Egyptian. She looks Aztec.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was an Egyptian goddess until they said it. And what makes it even weirder is they clearly did their homework with Bekti. So why'd they fuck up
Yeah.
Sekhmet? they've
It's
got them
not
right
hard
next
to
to
fuck
each
up an
other.
Egyptian, or not hard. It's not easy to fuck up an Egyptian god because they have a very unique look, and somehow they did.
Yeah, baffles me. Absolutely baffles me.
Yeah, the Sailor Moon Gundam. Of course, it's fucking, what is that, Norway?
I want you to see this fight and understand that a friend of mine actually had the goal to tell me this is easier than the normal fight. I don't know what planet he's from. It ain't the one I'm living on.
I'm one of the two that was saying it is. And it personally is, because all of the damage is avoidable. It's partly praying and partly just timing. That's it. Code Geass abridged, where Japan gets taken over by British. How did they know our one weakness is giant mix?
Oh yeah, this is this phase.
Hmm? No, don't walk under her. That's the line. Just run around her.
Yeah, I tried running around. Didn't work either.
She's at least more survivable than Cerberus.
Oh yeah, no, she's way easier than Cerberus. My complaint is with her being called easier than her normal version. That's just a lie.
It is not. Most of her stuff is just timing. Or at least her special attacks are timing.
Sure thing,
They're
as
very...
she runs away from me and then will aggro me.
Yeah.
And then punish me because she aggroed me while I was far away.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna just walk into all the damage. That's great. Just gonna sit here and heal, I guess.
That is one thing you have over me. I couldn't heal through that damage because I didn't have Eternal Sustenance.
I mean, you definitely could have healed through some of it.
Some of it, sure. Not all of it. I could still easily get torn apart by it. I could overheal and then just go through it that way.
I don't know why I'm bothering trying to do mechanics. I really don't. I should just sit here. 'Cause every time I do the mechanic, I just get punished for it. Oh, you're trying to dodge the damage? Cool. You take double the damage. Okay. Why did I try?
If I remember correctly, part of the reasoning to do the mechanics is because she has Prayer Drain.
She has Prayer Drain on the magic attack that you have about 1 second to respond to. That's the purplish damage that pops up whenever that connects. Because you failed to pray against the 1 second fucking warning. Oh yeah, that's good. Punish me for not already being in melee while you run away from me. Yep, love this fight. Oh yeah, they had added an interesting thing to Hunlith. Echo Hunlith, I don't know if I told you.
I don't believe so.
Um, Normally you have to swap between um, ranged and range and protection from magic. And during the protection from magic parts, there's a chance that at any given time, she'll chuck a ability at you that turns your prayer off. So you need to quickly turn your prayer back on. And she can do that at any point during the magic phase. For Echo Hunless, one of the things they added was a extra attack where she during the ranged phase, she will have a chance of actually at the very end of the phase chucking a special attack at you, and this one you have to turn off your prayer or take damage.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah, it was really interesting.
RuneScape, because I have RuneScape Dragon Wilds. It's interesting and fun, but yeah, I would certainly say if you would rather wait, yeah, wait. Because the updates for it are slow. But it's definitely fun. If you like the kind of like Valheim-esque gameplay, because it plays a lot like Valheim. Yeah, then you might enjoy the gameplay of Dragon Wilds, because it plays an awful lot like Valheim does. Not exactly the same, I can't say that, but it plays an awful lot like Valheim does, to the point to where it's almost like, okay, you guys taking some notes from Valheim?
Definitely seems like doing some of their own stuff with it too, though. RuneScape is a bit higher magic of a setting than Valheim.
Yeah.
Fun tidbit, this is the final echo weapon I'm missing. If I can get this echo weapon, I'll have gotten every echo weapon from every boss this league, except, or echo item from every boss this league, except for Dagannoth Kings, because neither of my characters went Fremennik. Nor did most of the players in the entire game.
But to be fair, they didn't give us much of a reason to go to Fremennik.
No, yeah. It's not like it's the worst echo thing in the world over there, but it just doesn't really compare to how good they gave us in most of the other zones. On top of
Yeah.
how strong some of the other zones are naturally. Like, the echo up in Core End also sucks. But that's Core End, one of the strongest league zones in any league. Doesn't really need a strong echo weapon to support it.
Yeah.
Not like, say, Wilderness,
Uh,
that kind of just sucks and does need the echo weapon to support it.
yeah. I'll definitely back you there. Uh, from Narni. Speaking of Echo, whatever happened to Echo the Dolphin?
Um, I mean, I understand. I heard something about them doing a new one. I don't know if you're talking about that or about the originals. Talking about the originals, I've only heard bits and pieces of the backstory of it being made. It was apparently a pretty intense game for the time, especially you actually play into it, things get real horror-like and crazy. Yeah, it got I mean, I think it got a couple games, and then just didn't get more. I don't know. Um, what I kick on? Oh, word orders. I can't remember where I'm going anymore. Gradient Desert. Okay. My brain's fucking melting, please. No. The dolphin wasn't an alien. It was aliens abducted the rest of the dolphin's friends and family and left the ocean barren, and he had to go fight them.
You ever just watch your friends and family get abducted by aliens and decide that you're gonna go fight God?
Yeah, that's basically Echo the Dolphin. I never beat it because it was really fucking hard, and I was not a big challenge gamer back then. Frankly, I'm not a big fan of any game that gives you limited lives and whatnot. But yeah, it was crazy. And damn, nice. Yeah, like I said, I'd heard something was coming, but I didn't get any details. That's pretty interesting. I believe I heard something about it being the original creator too, so I don't know how many of the original people, but I think definitely the guy whose idea it was to begin with. So yeah, apparently he's kind of always stayed kind of interested in his own creation, so he was waiting for the chance to come back. Which is always fun when the creators actually really liked what they made. That's another old one that I want to see remembered is Sinistar. Fucking love Sinistar as a kid. This is like, this is asteroids, but better. That's fair. Yeah, definitely, I wouldn't say it was a source, but it was definitely my interest in it was piqued by my love of dolphins as a kid. I mean, living in Florida, dolphins are kind of one of our big beloved animals. Hell, one of the schools I went to once had it as a mascot.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have always been afraid of the ocean. It's never because of any particular thing. Well, no, I was dropped into deep water when I was a baby by accident. I almost drowned. So that's part of the reason why I'm afraid of the ocean. Less so a fear of the ocean itself, and more so a fear of drowning. Nah, that's a lie. I am afraid of deep water. It's part of the reason why I like Subnautica so much.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I noticed that the people who like Subnautica the most tend to be the people who are the most afraid of water.
Oh, yeah, same. I have, I think, around 180 hours in Subnautica, but I also have quite the attachment to it because I first heard of it with Markiplier's first video. So I got to watch as it developed over time, and even played through the development. So I got to experience Subnautica change as it grew, basically. So I'm really attached to Subnautica because of that. Which is also why I'm so disappointed in Subnautica Below Zero, because Below Zero just felt like such a step down from Subnautica. Like, I even got to experience that one change over time as well. I got to watch as it grew and its story changed significantly. But that's also part of the reason why I'm so upset with it. Because it went from a cool, quiet ocean where you occasionally heard sounds, sure, to Below Zero, in which it's just a loud ocean constantly. There's very little outside of the safe area. There's very little time in which you can stay in that ocean, and it's not just full of noise.
I forgot I could get the dragon pickaxe here.
Yep.
It's kind of not
It was
where
one of
you
the
want to do
locations
it
we
outside,
looked
I
at to
believe.
get it from, and yeah, I remember us looking at it, and I remember me, with the experience I had having to deal with Calphite Queen, just went, no! Because base Calphite Queen fucking sucks because of just guaranteed damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a setup you can do to not take damage, but it's, or at least to minimize it. It's finicky as fuck. And your damage is gonna be so low that I sure hope you have a good setup. I don't know, I never got into battle royales, so I couldn't tell you anything about a time when they were cool. I haven't even gotten into them now that they're not. No, draw. There you go. Oh my goodness. Fall Guys? Yeah, I never played that one either. I'm just not a big multiplayer PvP guy. I can count on one hand how many times I've enjoyed that. There have been times. They're just rare. Oh. Fun to watch her evaporate a Calphite Guardian. Yeah. Well, they need to do Kingdom Hearts 3.25 and Kingdom Hearts 59.165 over 3 millennias, and Kingdom Hearts Rise from Your Grave. They need to invent about 5 more consoles too, to make sure to put 1 or 2 Kingdom Hearts game on every console. Then we can get Kingdom Hearts 4. Oh, what's that? You didn't keep up with all those different consoles and all those different Kingdom Hearts games? Guess you've fallen behind the story. That's okay. We've released Kingdom Hearts 3.925, which puts all of them together, except half the games are cutscenes only and not actually the games. I once heard someone defend Kingdom Hearts story and basically be like, look, the way it actually plays out, you actually play through it all, is not as convoluted as the story actually, seems if you tell it in a way that makes it seem very convoluted. And I'll give them credit. Maybe they're right. They're probably right. But that is a lot to catch up on. And I got 2.8 whatever final remix, and then I got to one of the portable games and just found out, wow, this sucks. Why does this suck so bad? Look it up. Oh, that's because they didn't actually port the game over. They kind of did something weird and different and way worse than what the game originally was. Why? Why would you do this? And that killed a lot of my momentum. I ended up just watching all the cutscenes and then going on to Kingdom Hearts 2. Then I forget what happened. Something distracted me and I fell off from playing the rest. And I still had like 3 games left, I think. 3 or 4. I didn't even know most of those spin-offs were being made at the time. Like, I found out years later. Like, whatever happened to the Kingdom Hearts series? Look it up. Oh, there's all these side titles. What? Are those actually the, like, main important ones? Like, out of all the side entries, just Birth by Sleep really matters, or...? I'm sorry, is that really not 20% HP? Fucking finally. I'd imagine there are, but that's good to know. I'll try to keep in mind to just pay extra attention with Birth by Sleep. Whenever I can work myself up to trying to get through them again. At the moment that'll be a little hard because I own them on PS4, which is not really set up for streaming. They're on Steam. I don't own them on Steam. Unfortunately, I don't believe PlayStation did a Play Anywhere program like Xbox. This is why Microsoft is winning, Sony. Take notes.
I don't know who's winning anymore, I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know. The main one that I hear winning the most is Steam. To the point where some of the others are actually getting properly annoyed. Yeah, I tried to care. Getting 2.8 was me trying to care, and I just couldn't, so I didn't even end up getting part 3. Honestly, I miss the days when I was just absolutely in love with that series. I really, really loved 1 and 2. I still have Symphony Clean in my music library, but it's so hard to catch up on.
Yeah.
Yay, 50 cal fight queen. Yay, 50 cal fight queen. No, Can't say I knew that, but Donald Duck was in the U.S. Navy, so that would explain why he's that tough. Outstanding. Funny thing, actually, Kingdom Hearts was also my introduction to Final Fantasy. Not only was my introduction to Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts was also my introduction to the concept of super powerful secret side bosses. Or harder than the main boss of the game. Hey! Our souls are free! That would be neat.
Oh, that's something I wanted to press. Fuck.
I cannot equip an empty Dragor blowpipe. Okay. Well, let me put all this away. Get out. Dragon darts. And now I can build it. Hey, that was 200 points. Do I only have those? I only have those, which means... Okay, so here's a question. Do I have the herb lore for poison? Like a good poison. Weapon poison plus plus is 82. I'm way away from that. Oh, weapon poison plus. Coconut milk, cactus spine, and red spider eggs. Coconut. Hammer. Vial. Spider's eggs. I forgot one of the ingredients. What was it? Cactus spine. Kind of weird, there's no herb involved. And then we can stuff. Oh, poison darts can't go in the Dragor blowpipe. That's weird. Oh well. I have all the echo weapons now. Hallelujah. Now, what do I want to do with them? That is the question. What are the stat comparisons? Drygor Blowpipe is like half the range strength, less than half the range strength of the bow Ferdinand, and it is close to half the range attack bonus. But it is also for a really fast attack speed. So having like half the attack speed's good. Thrown weapon pacts include chance to max hit with ranged echoes, range strength increasing off melee strength, and thrown weapons cleaving, which does synergize well with Sage's axe. Oh, and you can get buffed to ranged accuracy of thrown weapons. But at melee strength, basically you have to get the Eclipse set in order to capitalize on that. It's not the worst set of abilities, but it's also not the most biggest deal. Is there? Wait, how do I? Where do I get this head stuffed? Oh, is that actually just Canifis? Oh shit. Yeah, it's actually just Canifis. Oh. I do not have access to Canifis in this character, so there's no further use for that. Throne build's a little tempting, but I don't have a great setup for it, and I don't know if it's actually going to be that good. Oh, it doesn't even have a increased attack speed buff, which really would have made it amazing. So I guess the Fang of the Hound would be neat to use. Before I swap back, or before I even contemplate swapping to that, I would first need to make sure I've done everything I want to with this bow. And I have not, because there's a boss who the Fang of the Hound cannot hurt that I do want to collect loot from, because it gives you a pact point, and I do still want to get more pact points. I'm gonna call it, be right back, grab some food, and then we'll look at the next phase of plans. Be back after these messages. And we're back. Though admittedly,
Welcome back.
nice find, Narnie. Admittedly, I have a pretty nasty headache coming on. I just took some Excedrin. I'm gonna eat, and we'll see if that helps. But I don't know if I'm actually gonna be able to carry over the full stream time if it gets worse instead. Thank you, thank you. Alright, before we continue, first things first, I want to run out of charges on my armor at an inopportune moment. So we're gonna recharge that. Is there any way to... Oh, there is. I can just add the charges. I didn't have to come over here. That's really good to know. Okay. Oh, wow. And each crystal shard is worth a lot of charges. That's really, really good to know. When I forged this thing, it only started out with like 2.5k. Apparently, it can max out at the full 20k. What is my character doing? Hey, well, we're in Kieranwin. Let me do a couple things. First of all, we got like a bunch of crystal acorns, I think. Yes. So, give me a second to plant this, because there's a task to plant 5 of these, and this should be my 4th. Damn, I was kind of hoping Sage's axe would act like an axe. I didn't think it did. I was like, let's see. Also, I wasn't paying attention. I have ample level for planting some spirit trees. Let me get that set up too. let's see, there's one in Port Sarim, one in Karamja. That's it, actually. And then the one in the house. That takes construction. Yes, good. Ah, shit, right, I need a spade. Oh my lord, the lag has begun in full force. Okay. Before I go plant these, I wanted to show you something else special. So if we come out to the north of Tyrnwyn, and we come to this cave with a danger sign and blood spattered outside it ominously, we find a level 2 rabbit. Just a cute bunny rabbit
Babbit.
with lots of human bones.
Babbit.
And if I attack this cute bunny rabbit, it has 2000 HP. Yeah. By the way, I'm getting kind of lucky with the hits here, but oh, there you go, 25, 20. Yeah, this thing can hit like a truck. It's properly terrifying. So we're just gonna run away. If you do kill it, by the way, you get the Crystal Grail. It's just a cosmetic item. It does nothing. Actually, I know where I can go. That's closer. Fantastic t-shirt. Thank you. Very good. Yeah, it's great. By the way, Ailstorm did a metal cover of this song. It's really good. It's called Sea Shanty 2. There's a few pieces of content I need to be ranged for. Ranged or magic. There's some I might wait till magic for. This one I may as well go ranged for because actually gives a really good magic weapon. Like if I'm gonna swap to magic, this one's probably gonna give me the thing I swapped to. Still undecided if I'm gonna use Fang of the Hound for a bit. Yeah, meet Zora. Um, one of the first bosses they added to the old school version of the game after creating old school RuneScape, and one of my least favorite. My least favorite, I mean, I did this one outside of the league, and it was misery. It fortunately occupies a sort of mid to late game transition point where, excuse me, once you're sufficiently geared, such as you will be just normally playing the league, but can reach outside of the league still, this becomes a fairly easy boss. But before you get to that point, it sucks. And what makes that transition even harder is that those things I'm getting from it, Zora scales, these here, they are an essential ingredient in anti-venom. That deep green damage that is being done to me is venom. Anti-poison can cure venom if you use 2 doses of it, but it cannot prevent venom from being applied. Antidote Plus Plus and Strange Fruits do prevent venom for a somewhat short period of time, but not nearly as effectively as anti-venom. So, yeah, you have very, very limited venom defense against this boss until you've killed this boss. Now, if you're not an Iron Man, you can just buy Zora scales, and that's fine. As a matter of fact, if you have high enough fishing, you can even fish up special eels here, and they'll give you Zora scales. That takes really, really high fishing. Zora also drops the Serpentine Helm, which makes you immune to venom. But by the time you get it, it's that thing of like, damn, am I immune because because I got this helm, or am I immune because I've just been exposed to the venom so many times? Heals right in the feels. It's okay, Narnia. Ever heard the story of the eel that got knighted? It was pretty surreal. Funny enough, when I heard that joke was around the time that met a buddy of mine, Cyril. So whenever I want to mess with him, I just call him Surreal. Interesting. Sorry, just got distracted by D&D doing a spin-off with Ted. Apparently, since the whole like multiverse set stuff is the only thing making money anymore in Magic the Gathering, Wizard of the Coast is basically thinking of doing the same thing to D&D. I mean, they've already been testing the waters for years, so I shouldn't be too surprised. Oh, yes, right. Forgot about that. Yeah, I remember hearing something about that too. It was a while ago. They cut off with all of their printing companies. Oh yeah, I don't know if it got I don't know if it ever got worked back, if they ever like went back on it, but it was something they were setting up for. Um, they stopped working with any of their printing companies. They fired anyone that was associated with the process of getting it made into books, and basically told them all, "Yeah, we don't need you anymore. We're not doing printed books anymore." It was a huge thing a while ago. What happened after that? Who knows? Who's even left to care? Most people have already moved on to other systems, usually Pathfinder. By the way, it looks like the TED crossover isn't even the movies that were reasonably successful. It's the TV show, which I don't know. I think it's been going for a bit, so it must have some degree of success. I didn't even know it was being made until a few months ago, and I was like, oh yeah, it's been like this around this whole time. I'm like, okay, I heard nothing about it. I didn't even know it was turned into a TV show. And I did kind of enjoy the movies. They weren't like the greatest thing ever, but they were alright. And I will say the first movie did get me curious enough that it is the reason I then later went and watched the Flash Gordon movie. Oh boy, was that a treat. I can, after seeing the Flash Gordon movie, I can appreciate why they made such a big deal of it in the Ted movie, because it sure was special. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do whatever we want. We definitely don't have really strong competition and a massive growing marketplace and an entire history of cultivating our players into our own competition because that's how imagination and trying to put a price on it works. Bad news with Zora, by the way. He has like 3 really important drops, and there's no bad luck protection, so we're just stuck with whatever my luck is on this one. If I get it in 20 kills or 300. The Serpentine Helm would be really, really nice, but isn't, strictly speaking, necessary. I'm told the Trident of the Swamp is really, really strong, though, and that I don't want to miss out on it. If I am even contemplating a powered staff build, which I may not have settled, but I am contemplating. And then the Toxic Blowpipe is another drop from it, and that actually is needed for a demonic pact. So if I want to get stronger at anything, I need to get that. So I know, I mentioned earlier the Dragor Blowpipe not being able to take poison darts. The Toxic Blowpipe's whole thing is that it makes any darts put into it do venom, and it doesn't matter if they were poisoned. You just put in normal darts, and they're just poisoned because of the blowpipe. In case you haven't noticed, this boss kind of has a theme, and it's just
I'm
a
a
little
baby.
bit toxic. Okay. I had to pause for a second as someone torments me with cursed thoughts. In fact, I should probably share those thoughts here, since, boy howdy, did they have words that they chose to say. Let me just get this kill real fast, and then I'll immortalize those words in this video for you. You can be here at the center of them being uttered. Congratulations. You'll be so happy that you were. You won't be. But you get to experience them anyways. One of my players asks, "So Gil, when do we get to meet up with Doctor Who and have them lead us to Y'shtola? with her friend Twilight Sparkle to help us defeat the Eldritch demons, who has now enlisted Venom and Pyramid Head to stop us. They are canon now in the Sword Coast, after all. Those were words a human being could certainly choose to type. Hi, Leg. So nice to see you. Really missed you. Okay, it's good having you. Hope you get some good rest. The final League stream will be on Sunday, but Leagues does go for a few more days than that, so I won't be necessarily wrapping everything up. But we'll do a couple stuff to close out and prepare for the end. I don't work tomorrow, or I'm sorry, I do work tomorrow, so just But enjoy your rest. For those of you curious about the behind the scenes of this fight, by the way, how certain things work, it is 2 loot rolls. That's why sometimes I get this like crazy amount of Zora scales. That means both loot rolls came up Zora scales. Actually, I feel like I might be missing a mechanic because I also got dwarf weed seeds. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's like 3 loot rolls. I remember seeing a 2 somewhere in there. That's why I'm a little thrown off. For those of you looking from behind the scenes, I'm not that good. I don't know everything. Yeah, I'd say that looks to be 3 loot rolls. So why did I think it was 2? Here's the question. Yeah, no, it says 2 on the wiki. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay, I'm sorry. So it's guaranteed Zora scales plus 2 loot rolls. That's what's throwing me off. And those loot rolls can come up even more Zora scales.
Hello?
Hello. Narnia went to bed.
I return. I see. I just got back from being assaulted by a dog.
Doge.
Hmm?
Doge.
Yeah. I went to do what I normally do. And I sat down to I was getting down to check Loki's teeth because he, compared to the other dogs, has cleaner teeth because he actually chews on his little chew things.
Hmm.
And he went, "Oh, you're down here? Okay, cool." Push over. You're staying here for a second. I want to hug you.
Yay.
He just kept pressing up against me until I fell on my butt, and then he just walked up, and pushed his head over my shoulder, gave hugs.
Hell yeah. That's the way to be. Warden! Oh, that feels like a pretty good stretch. Hi, Warden. Oh.
Hey, old warden, how you doing?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a vote on my subscriber chat. I'll let y'all when I have it ready. Keep an eye out for it. Okay. Whew. That was a good stretch, thank you.
The only bad thing about the fact that Loki pushed me over is that I actually kind of landed wrong.
Why'd you do that?
Not on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. My right wrist is slightly in pain because I landed a little wrong.
Silly Arcid. You should have relied a little better on your elven reflexes.
I'm not an elf.
Yeah, that's what you keep telling yourself.
I'm not.
Ah, sweet. Toxic Trident.
Cool. Hopefully you don't end up having a peer situation.
Nah. Look, I needed one. I need a chisel. I believe I also charge it with Zora scales. Move. Unique task completed. 1 death rune, 1 chaos rune, and 5 fire runes. Okay. Death runes, chaos runes, fire runes. How many charges would you like to add? 460.
You!
Holy shit, that was all my fire runes.
Just look at see what that means.
Oh no. I'm innocent. I've done nothing. I've done everything. Oh no. We need to recruit Big Boss to help us sneak into Gratilda's lair, where we can save Amaterasu and join the fight against the evil bad army people to save the Navi and gain their aid to stop the firebenders of the Fire Kingdom. Only then can we find the 7 Dragon Balls and learn the secrets of human transmutation, the Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Glad Pierre and Rico were able to spoil what my next campaign is.
God, I fucking hope not.
Damn. Can't believe I'm hearing this. I haven't even finished making it yet. Alright, that's more like it. No, as long as I have like 100% charge retention, I didn't even need to do all that, but eh. Do I need to equip it? No, I'll just make it. Cool. I have another option. Where does that leave me? That leaves me still doing Zora. That leaves me right where I already was anyway.
Yep.
Because I need the toxic
It's out for
blow
WoW.
pipe. Thanks. Now, on the bright side, the odds of going like triple dry before getting the blowpipe, like Pier did, are already low enough.
Don't
However,
tempt fate.
the odds of two individuals in the same group having that degree of bad luck are even lower.
Don't tempt fate.
So the laws of probability
It
indicate
will find a way.
that it shouldn't happen.
But
It technically can, but it probably won't. It's the same thing I told you, Arkid. There's certain grinds that I did outside of the league that I was like, this was really, really hard for me. So I encourage all of you to do it because the odds are you won't have as bad of luck as me. And so far, I've been right. Yay, 50 Zora kills. Such an achievement. Much wow. If any of y'all watching want to hear a story, let me know when you're up for one. For this one, I'm not just gonna tell to dead air. This one, you'll have to ask for. What's funny is there's actually certain things I could do if I really wanted to min-max the points that I'm getting. from this league that I haven't done. Because I kind of want demonic pacts more than I want points. Those of you who may or may not have been paying attention, this boss has like 3 patterns initially, and then those each branch into 2 patterns that they can do at any given time to form a bunch of different combinations. The key to avoiding damage in this fight is basically memorizing all of those patterns and responding to things before they even happen. That is to say, this fight was not designed for you to avoid everything, but you technically can. It was designed in an era when they were very much still of the mindset of taxing players instead of challenging them. For all my complaints of the endgame difficulty, the mechanical difficulty is, in my opinion, a vast improvement over this design philosophy. There's a reason I don't like Zora. There's a lot of reasons I don't like Zora. Now, in Zora's case, it's not completely random, so there's a lot you can do to mitigate the damage. But, yeah, it's pretty rough. Now, to give you some examples of what I mean, on the most basic level, Zora has 3 forms: Green, Tanzanite, and Melee, or Fire. This phase, Green phase, will only spit ranged attacks. You just gotta pray range, that's easy. Oh, and, you know, not being poison and deal with the ads that get on you, but that you just need a ring of recoil for, which... Yeah, I mean, I can get basic rings of recoil, but those don't last long. Really, you would want a ring of suffering charged with recoil, and I don't have the ability to get that on this character. But Tanzanite, that's where the real problems begin, because Tanzanite phase comes in 2 varieties. It will either alternate between magic and range, then you just have to swap between the 2. Or it'll do whatever the hell it wants to, and there's not even a point swapping between the 2. Just sit on Pray Magic, because that's what it's going to do slightly more frequently. It is pain. It took me like 2 or 3 days of attempts before I finally got this done outside of the league. And that was just for 1 kill. And yeah, with 5 times drop rate, we're at 54 kills, and we haven't gotten everything. Give you an idea of how much you'll have to be here outside the league. As in Iron Man, specifically, because everything it drops is tradable, and in fact, this is considered a really, really good source of money because of that. So, if you don't like this boss, you can just go buy everything this boss drops using money you got from doing some piece of content I hope you liked more. On the bright side, Zora has 500 hit points and not much in the way of defense. If you want to know why I've been shit-talking Koren so much, Alchemical Hydra has exactly double the hit points and mechanics that make him take, like, half damage, if you don't have him, always handled correctly. Suffice it to say, he took a lot longer to kill. While having a similar drop rate to get his stuff. Why is he designed that way? Probably because the stuff he drops is actually some best-in-slot loot. While Zora is mid to late game strong, but not best-in-slot. But here's the other problem with that logic. Alchemical Hydra requires a Slayer task to go fight and kill. And there's no substitute. It's not like, say, Araxor that you can go on an Araxite task or an Araxor task or a Spider task. With Alchemical Hydra, it's either a Hydra task or an Alchemical Hydra task. That's it. I do not like Alchemical Hydra. And the way its drops are designed. Oh, stretch. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just squinting at that, like, Stitch? Streech? What are they trying to say? I don't know. Now I see. Stretch. You're really getting into that rack business, ain't you? Oh. Ugh. No, I didn't really do my side-to-side stretches. I can do those. Oh. And some of my neck stretches. Oh. Oh, good. My ice water's available. Let me quickly run my non-ice water back to the fridge. We return. How you doing, Warden? Hmm. Let me mark those off. You are being silly. Understood. Hey, Warden, you want to hear a story? Yes, no, maybe. I don't know if you're in a position to actually listen for one. That's the actual reason I was delaying earlier too. I was like, let me make sure I'm in a position to hear it before I go tell him. Because we're gonna get fish chat popping off with this story, I'm sure. One nice thing about RuneScape, you can actually even play it with one hand, which lets you use a nice dumbbell in the other. Get a workout in. Just make sure you swap it so that you work both your arms. Get a good bit of exercise. Not a lot of games you can say that about. Serpentine Visage, that's number 2. I think that's number 2. Use. Wait. How do... Chisel. Okay. Well, let's do it. Oh, I have to charge this too. Hell yeah. Shit, where are my Zora scales? Over here. Let's just shove all those in. Hell yeah. 100%. What does that give? It will not give me the range bonus that my current helm gives, but it gives pretty good defenses except to magic. Actually, that's okay magic bonuses, it's just less than my current helm. It gives a small buff to range, or to melee strength, not bad. Yeah, so it's a decent one. While charged and equipped, the helm makes you immune to venom and poison, and makes, oh wow, gives you a chance to inflict venom with every attack you do. 1 in 6 for non-poison melee weapons, 1 in 2 for poisoned weapons, and 100% chance if you're using Toxic Blowpipe, Trident of the Swamp, or Toxic Staff of the Dead. Wow. Mind you, there's a lot of creatures in the game that are immune to poison, but there's plenty that aren't. So that's pretty good. Sadly, that does mean it would not function with this bow whatsoever. But yeah, it would function with other things I could conceivably use. That said, That's competing with the buff that Crystal Helm is giving me. Which makes it a lot less appealing. Cause yeah, Crystal Helm is giving me 2.5% damage bonus and a 5% accuracy bonus. Which stacks additively with the Crystal Legs and Crystal Body bonuses. Which is pretty good. Yeah. I mean, we could give it a try and just see how it feels with one compared to the other. It's a good chance I want to stick to the Crystal Helm. Honestly, the ability of Venom Others is just kind of a nice thing, more so than a noteworthy buff. I mean, damage is still pretty good without those bonuses. It's not a big impact, and not getting venomed is pretty nice. I might stick with this build. Because I think some of the time loss I'm getting trying to heal from getting venomed is probably gonna equal out the time loss from not dealing as much damage as I could be by a few percentage points. Y'all having fun tonight? Hell yeah. It's nice of the game to be, I don't know, merciful enough that I've been able to do the other PvE goals that I had for today. We'll see if how many more I'll be able to do before it just decides to lag more consistently and force me to give up. I'm getting the signs now and then. It's like, it's wanting to lag. It wants to. It's not quite doing it. But boy, does it want to. We got a tertiary loot roll, which is, you know, just scroll box elite. Yeah, tertiary loot rolls, they'll happen in a lot of cases completely separately, and most of the time it'll come up with nothing, but you got a small chance of getting certain special pieces of loot um, off any given boss. In the case of Zora, you're talking about elite clue scrolls, jars of swamp, pet snakelings, and brimstone keys. And the jar is just for the achievement gallery in your house. Yeah, tertiary drops are usually nothing too special, more cosmetic. Minus the brimstone key, which is an entirely unique mechanic of Konar Slayer tasks. Or the elite diary, or I'm sorry, elite scroll box, which is just again an entirely separate mechanic. Oh my goodness. Didn't even get to fire off my Sage's Axe. of you wondering, yes, this guy is immune to poison and venom. So Serpentine Helm is just for immunity in this fight. It's kind of the more important function anyway. It's funny. Got one last in-charge toxic trident. No thanks. Really needed a second one. Oh. I know what I feel like listening to. Well, 100. Oh no, that's 75, my bad. Like, I didn't think we hit 100 yet. No, yeah, no, I didn't. Silly me making assumptions about what achievements I'm getting. Anyways, this piano has me in the mood to listen to Ode King Allant. If you haven't heard it before, treat yourself. It's nice and appropriately dramatic for the king of I forgot the name of the place Demon Souls is set. Music design team for Demon Souls did some top-notch work, even by From Software standards. RuneScape's got a lot of cool tracks too in its own way. Glad Narnia was able to hear Sea Shanty too. It's one of the most beloved tracks, especially 'cause it's one of the free-to-play areas and a very early area, very easy to reach. So it's kind of one of those uniting early experiences for old RuneScape players who just, Sea Shanty too. Yeah, been there. And there's a lot to love. Holy hell, that food delay just feels like it takes so long sometimes. Oh, but we got it. We got it. Another one batch dashed. We're almost to drop rate, so hopefully we don't go too far beyond. Well, we'll see how that goes. The bigger hope is that we don't get as unlucky as Pier and go 3 times over rate or worse. Worse would be really bad because I think the max kill count on this is 300. If you go past 300, pain. Side note, don't know how many of you heard this. They're actually adding more bad luck protection to the game. I really hope they keep doing that. Oh my goodness, I hope they keep doing that. But we're getting, or at least they're talking about possibly adding, because player feedback is a delight to them. We might get some bad luck protection on Temperos and what was the other one? Guardians of the Rift. Some of the most sought after things from there. So hopefully. Next time I see my viewership spike for a minute, I should just immediately just grab those people. Hey, you, I see you. Sit down right there. Oh no, not Josh Strife. Maybe I could try to be my own way instead. Now those are good hits. Oh, those are very good hits. Not as bad to be stuck on as Cerberus was, at least. For those of you wondering why I keep leaving and coming back instead of sitting here like I did with the other bosses, Zoro's not like other bosses. For some reason, Zoro doesn't come back. You have to leave and come back yourself. It's weird. Technically, Zoro drops a teleport on the floor to get back, but my evil eye gets me closer to the dock than that teleport does. It's not a big difference, but may as well make use of the difference while I have it. Especially for how many kills I need to get. Which is to say, an indeterminate amount. There's a sign on the wall. She wants to be sure. 'Cause you know sometimes words have two meanings. A tree by the brook. There's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts on the skin of them. Makes me wonder. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for you. The thoughts I have seen, things of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand lonely. It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder. It's whispered that soon we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. And a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forests will echo with laughter.
You return.
Welcome back. Because I'm also in your head, bro. Be a lump, man. It's just a sprinkling of me. Yes, there are two paths you can go back in the long run. There's still time to change the road you're on. It makes me wonder. In case you don't know, the piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And did you know her stairway lies on the whispering wind?
How goes things with Zora?
What was that?
How goes things with Zora?
You are much quieter than before.
Because I'm leaning away from my mic. I said, how goes things with Zora?
I've gotten 3 tridents and the serpentine helm.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yep. Number 1 rule of RuneScape. If you're an Iron Man and you want the thing, you're gonna get everything but.
Yup.
And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul. There walks a lady we all know, who shines bright light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. When all is one and one is all, yeah. To be a rock and not to roll. I'm thinking of the content that I still have left to do that gives demonic pact points. And I'm thinking I probably want to do a melee build for Vardorvis. If I even go for Awakened Vardorvis, because on the one hand, I've already done it once, so I've got the practice. But on the other hand, Awakened Vardorvis. Within the realm of, also within the realm of, dear Lord, do I really want to deal with that? Awakened Leviathan. That it also sure is a demonic pact task that they can ask us to do. What do I want to do that with, if anything? Not sure. I know ranged is pretty effective against him. I don't remember if magic is. Do you remember, Arcade? Are you there, Arcade?
Yeah. Say again?
Do you remember if Leviathan was particularly magic resistant?
I believe he is? Let me double check. It's been a while since I fought Leviathan with magic.
Yeah. And it's also a matter of magic resistant in general doesn't necessarily mean magic resistant this league with how big our bonuses get. It's gotta be a really
Yeah,
big
magic is
magic
his highest
resistance.
defense.
Oh geez, how bad?
It's his highest defense. He has 160 magic level and 280 defense, but that's his largest defense.
Okay, that's pretty decent, but might still be doable.
The
Um,
reason why people recommend ranged is 25, or specifically with crossbows, is 25 ranged attack
yeah,
or heavy ranged attack or ranged defense.
yeah, yeah.
50 thrown and 50 light,
Hmm.
which is why that combined with his moderate magic level and magic attack is why twisted bow is recommended for him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if I had Twisted Bow, that would absolutely be the play. Um, I'm debating if I should attempt it with either both Ferdinand or with a magic staff build.
Mm, I see.
So it might be doable with magic
Hmm.
staff, which I think will probably be stronger than bow Ferdinand. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, that I can hold off on. Inferno, I'm thinking of doing with a magic staff. Fortis Coliseum, I think I'll do melee. Um, I'm on the fence about uh, Doom Makayotl. I'm kind of leaning towards trying it with staff, but I am debating going melee again before I go staff. So I'll probably try it both ways. See how it goes with melee, and then go from there. And yeah, what else am I looking at? Dark bow, it really doesn't matter what I go. That's just a bit of a grind. Missouri doesn't matter what I go. That's just a grind. All the Cerberus boots, that task can go fuck itself. Osmumten's Fang doesn't matter. Can go whatever. Uh,
Is it as? Are you looking at the Osmumten's Fang or the Osmumten's Fang OR?
OR.
That's not a whatever.
Well, I mean, there's no particular build that's gonna help me with that, is there? I'm build planning,
um,
not task planning.
yeah, no, there's no particular build that's gonna help you with that for the simplicity of it's not a thing that's just reliant on you.
Yeah, that's fucking hard mode tombs.
500 plus uh 500 plus difficulty tombs with no deaths.
Oh geez, no deaths.
Yeah.
Fucking
Not even
hell.
like no deaths for you, no deaths for literally anyone.
So basically, go
One
500.
person,
One of the 500 things that you want to go is the one that makes it so that you only get one death, because then it'll just automatically boot you out if you fail it, and you can just go again.
that's not how that works.
What?
The one death is not one death for the whole raid party, it's one failure, which means the entire raid has to die. So, if you if you go in with that and you go in with a full raid party, that means that if one person, just one person, dies in the raid and the raid succeeds otherwise, uh, you're not getting the thing.
You're not getting the thing, but
If one
you
person
haven't failed
dies,
the hard mode. I
yeah,
mean,
exactly.
still, it even with that in mind, you want to choose the things that are going to matter the least to make it 500 points. So you might as well take that one.
The biggest issues. So one of the things that you're not gonna want to take with that thought in mind is, I think it's you feeling lucky or something like that. Uh, Let me double check. It's the one that you don't want to take, or one of the ones that you don't want to take, is one of the ones for a Ka, feeling special. Um, because uh, the feeling special one makes it so one of a Ka's special attacks, one of the ones that causes people to explode in a plus, damaging anyone that's caught within that plus,
Mm-hmm.
uh, to explode in more directions, so it's a star instead. Um, and the trailing orbs special will spawn orbs in front of the players, so if they move, they'll run into it and take damage instead of leaving it behind for other people to run into, or just leaving it behind. It does both. And more painfully, will affect his memory blast, or Simon Says, whatever you want to call it, special attack, making it go off in only 2 ticks.
Oh, jeez. That's
I've
a
seen that
brutal one.
kill entire raids before.
Yeah, that's brutal.
You don't want feeling special on. Now, one of the other problems is that some of the easier ones to go for are the time ones.
Yeah.
Walk for it, jog for it, run for it, or sprint for it.
Yeah.
Which is 40 minutes, 35 minutes, 30 minutes, and 25 minutes, respectively.
Yeah. 30 minutes is definitely doable. 25 is doable, but a little rough.
If you don't have people that are set up for it, you can't do 25.
Yeah.
Here tried it with Zan, Floofy, and I. And we failed the timer every single time.
Oh.
That's not even taking into account that we didn't even finish the raid once we were putting that up.
Yeah. Zan and Floofy are entirely new to endgame PvE, let alone raids and raid challenges. So
Now the thing is, if you fail the timer, it does not boot you out. If you fail the timer, it lowers the raid level. So for what you're wanting, you don't want to use those.
well, no,
Because
like we can keep track and leave ourselves. It's not hard to do that.
the big problem with it is it doesn't lower it by the amount of raid modifier that it adds. It lowers it by double that.
Yeah, just do it correctly. Just do it in time.
That's a lot harder than you might think.
You're planning for failure. My point is to plan around what you can actually succeed. Like I said, the 25-minute mark absolutely is going to be rough. 30 is probably doable. Once I actually attempt the raid, I can start to get a better idea. But I don't know that I'm going to bring the bow of Fairden for that. I think I'm going to probably respec to melee. Which I think will be fine outside of the monkey boss. Or, no. Monkey will give me slight problems, and Crocodile will give me problems. So I may want to consider.
Baba will give you issues, but melee is actually helpful with Baba if we can reach Baba during the boulder phase. Because if you can reach Baba during the boulder phase and you melee them, it stops that phase transition.
Okay.
So melee can help there. The problem is reaching her.
Yeah. Yeah, then the crocodile, I think, can't be meleeed at all, outside of maybe a
No,
halberd.
Zabak can be meleeed.
Oh, Zabak can be meleeed.
No, Zabak can be meleeed. He's up on the island. He can be meleeed. It's just that if you're gonna melee him, it makes it more difficult for praying properly. Because unlike with the ranged and magic attacks, you don't get as much of a warning. He goes to melee, and you got a split fucking second to swap your prayers to pray melee.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there you go, like somewhere around 30 damage.
That's not that bad with
It's not that bad.
Specifically because of my bonuses.
It's not that bad. It's just if you're caught out of position when it happens. Aside from that, Aka actually expects you to melee because his final phase has prayers against both range and magic, so it expects you to melee. So you're better off there. And I think it's Kelfie is also okay with melee. She's not the worst.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is just her little phase transitions, where you have to hunt down the scarabs and scarab swarms and stuff.
Yeah.
As for the wardens, it changes literally nothing about the fight with the wardens. In fact, it might just make it a little bit easier for the second phase of the wardens, because you don't have to swap the melee in order to hit the skulls.
Yeah.
You can just do it.
Yeah, I know I'll need whatever builds I go. I need prayer pen for warrior dude.
Aka?
Probably.
You only really need to bring 2 combat styles, because he only prays against 1 in phase 1. It's in his final phase where he prays against 2. I think. No, he'll pray against 2 during phase 1. It's just that if you bring 2 combat styles and you're not really bothered that way,
Well, I mean, I'm talking about leagues building, so you want to usually be operating at full capacity instead of going from, all right, I'm doing all the damage in the world to, all right, I'm basically not playing League.
I mean, there's some people that do that. But if you want to go for prayer pen, I won't stop you.
I've already done that.
I mean, I went for it.
I've already done that on
I went for prayer pen.
My first character. I did a few pieces of content where I didn't have anything, and that's why I started swapping my build around to make sure I had. And after doing that enough times, I was like, nah, mate, that's enough of that.
But I took up prayer pen, so again, like, I'm not gonna stop you. If you want to go prayer pen, go prayer pen. I did. And I only have 1 piece of fucking content where prayer pen is in any way, shape, or form fucking useful.
I mean, I've used so far 2 resets out of like 6, so I'm not that bothered. At this point, I could use a reset a day and be fine.
But to name off more of the invocations, because I'll do this with you when you decide to. We've got Try Again, Persistence, Softcore Run, and Hardcore Run. 10 attempts, 5 attempts, 3 attempts, 1 attempt, respectively. And it goes 5, 10, 15, 20 raid modifier, respectively. As for Walk for it, Jog for it, Run for it, and Sprint for it, that's 10, 15, 20, and 25. Which means if we fail those, it's minus 20, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40, and minus 50.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm a little iffy on those. Then we have need some help, need less help, or no help needed, which reduces the quantity of items provided to you by the helpful spirit during the raid.
Yeah.
The first one is it reduces it by 33%, the second one reduces it by 66%, and the last one reduces it by 90%. Doesn't completely get rid of it.
Yeah.
And that's 15, 25, and 40, respectively. Then we have the fun. Then we start having some more fun ones. Walk the Path, Path Seeker, Pathfinder, and Path Master. Um, Walk the Path is its own thing compared to Path Seeker, Pathfinder, and Pathmaster, but they're all kind of lumped together a little bit. Walk the Path says completing a path during the raid can cause the other paths to level up.
Yep.
Four level ups are given per raid.
Yep. I remember those. Those are ones you
Yep.
usually end up needing to take.
Yep.
They're also not generally the most
Uh,
felt, and it just means you want to do the ones you're worse at first.
there's a specific efficient path to take, which is Zabak, Kelfi, Aka, Baba.
Yeah.
Because Baba is the one that's least affected by the levels, and Zabak is the one that gets the most affected by them.
Yep.
But
I've heard others debate that based on their own preferences. So.
Mm-hmm. 4 levels up are given per raid, although the path they are given to are random. Completing the first path randomly adds 2 levels to 2 other paths. The second adds a level to one of the other 2, and the third path adds a level to the final one. The first path level will will modify most enemy hit points and damage by 8%, with every additional level modifying these stats by 5% up to 6 levels. Furthermore, every two path levels changes each path's boss mechanics, capping at 4 path levels. For Ka, every 2 levels adds 1 additional iteration to his Memory Blast attack and increases damage from the white orbs in Enrage phase. For Baba, her Rock Ball attack will fall much quicker, and energy blasts from opening sarcophagi will have a wider range of attack. The boulders also spawn, have increased health. Kefri will auto attack faster, and groups of 3 Scarab Swarms will spawn during her shield charging phase. And Zabak will also attack faster during his Enrage phase. And this is why people go Zabak first. Every 2 levels will also tighten his tidal wave gap by 1 tile. That's why you don't want to wait on Zabak. That's why you go Zabak first.
Right.
Because if you wait till the end, you could have 1 tile to avoid the tidal wave.
Yeah.
Now, that's what Walk the Path does. Path Seeker.
God damn it.
What?
Just me being an idiot like usual. It's really a wonder how I function at all. I'm a living marvel.
Now, Path Seeker, Pathfinder, and Pathmaster work with Walk the Path. Path Seeker says all paths level up once upon entering the raid. Pathfinder is twice, and Pathmaster is 3 times. Basically having all 3 of or all 4 paths almost maxed right off the bat. I usually see raids go with at least Path Seeker if they use one of the path ones aside from Walk the Path. Then we have our prayer affecting ones, Quiet Prayers and Deadly Prayers. Quiet Prayers says prayers are 10% less effective in the raid, meaning that no matter if you pray correctly or not, you're still taking some damage. How bad that is depends very greatly on who is hitting you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if that's, I don't know, if that's like, I don't know, say, Zabak, ain't that bad. If it's, I don't know, Kefri, oh fucking god. And Deadly Prayers says that prayer is drained by 20% of the damage you take. Now, do you know what Pierre took when he's trying to introduce new people to the raid?
What?
Deadly Prayers.
Right.
That is not beginner friendly.
What an
Anyways.
interesting choice.
Then we have On a Diet. Players can no longer eat food within the raid, though potions that restore health, such as Saradomin Brews, can still be used. Players will also no longer be offered silk dressings and honey locusts should this invocation be active. Silk dressings are provided by the helpful spirit. They're a overtime heal. And honey locusts is something you get if you wipe and are sent back to the main room. We won't have to worry about that if we go with hardcore. So.
I mean.
And then.
It'll definitely depend because what we go for the perfect. I mean, first of all, I'm gonna want at least one normal run to like normal difficulty. I think it's 150 run, just to get back into the rhythm of the fight, and then we can do hardcore or hard mode, which what we go for the no death achievement may or may not be what we do in general. Use the restroom real quick, but you can keep going. So here.
Dehydration. Players can no longer drink potions that restore health, so Sarah Brews are out. Overly draining. All special attacks use 100% of special attack energy, and drinking liquid adrenaline will temporarily reduce the cost to 50%. And then we start getting to the boss-specific ones. Or at least the ones that mainly affect the bosses themselves and not just overarching shenanigans for the whole raid. Lively larvae. The number of dark brown eggs launched during Kefri's mass incubation attack will increase from 2 to 4. More overlords. An additional scarab is summoned during Kefri's shield healing phase. The first summons a soldier scarab, the second summons a spitting scarab. Blowing mud. The number of players targeted by Kefri's dung strike attack is increased to 2. The invocation, they give the warning of the invocation has no effect in solo encounters. Medic. Kefri will summon scarab swarms outside of her shield healing phases, and those swarms move 50% slower. I don't see a single raid ever take that one. Aerial assault. Kefri's auto attack will do more damage, and its attack range will increase from a single tile to a 3x3 area. That invocation also affects the Bomber Scarabs that pop up during her intermission phases when she's healing her shield. Um, and also affects the Elidness Warden second, well, technically third phase fight, which we don't have to worry about because usually we kill Elidness's Warden. And we get to Zabak. Not just ahead. Zabak will occasionally cast a form of Blood Blitz on all players, causing one of two effects. Blood Blitz will act as normal, always hitting regardless of players' defenses or defense bonuses for 8 to 11 damage, healing roughly 66% of that amount. If players are clumped up, the damage is increased and will splash onto them. Or it will summon a blood cloud that chases after players. It will take damage upon spawning, but will heal if it makes contact with a player, dealing rapid but light damage. Effectively a thing that's just meant to make the players run around a little bit. Arterial Spray. Zabak's blood magic will have an increased range and healing. Blood Thinners. Three blood clouds are summoned instead of one. Both of those, Arterial Spray and Blood Thinners, require not just a head to be active. So that can be a total of 30 raid level. Upset Stomach. Zabak's acid pools will have their spread increased from 3x3 to 5x5, and the jugs will have their water reduced from 5x5 to 3x3. And that's it for Zabak. I take it you're back.
Yes.
Then we have Aka. Double Trouble. Aka will perform 2 special attacks at once. I don't see a single person or raid take this. Keep Back. Aka will use melee alongside his ranged and magic attack, which lands just before the projectile attack with no animation. I don't see a single raid take this. Stay Vigilant. Aka will randomly swap between attack styles and protection prayers rather than at set intervals and use a special attack every 6 attacks instead of the standard 7. I see people take that one occasionally. No, it's not that bad. And then Feeling Special, which I've already gone over. No. Then we get to Baba. Mind the Gap. When Baba knocks back the player to the bottom of the room at 66 and 33% health, she will fall, or the players will fall into the pit and die if they are at the center, unless they stand at the far northern or southern sides of the room. Gotta have Faith. Energy blasts from open sarcophagi in Baba's room will deal additional damage based on the player's remaining prayer points. Jungle Japes. Baba's baboons will drop 2 banana peels on the floor on death. If stepped on, the player will take a small amount of damage and are stunned for 3 seconds. Shaking things up. The shockwave from Baba's slam attack will damage from a 3x3 to 5x5 tile spacing. Boulder Dash. Baba's rolling boulders spawn twice as fast. And then we get to the Wardens. Ancient Haste. During the first phase of the Warden's fight, the Wardens will charge at a faster rate. Acceleration. During the second phase of the Warden's fight, the Warden attacks faster while the Obelisk charges faster. Penetration. During the second phase of the Warden's fight, the Obelisk will deal more damage to successful attacks and also temporarily disable overhead prayers.
Oof.
That one's taken very often, by the way. Because everything that the Obelisk does... Shut up, phone. Everything that the Obelisk does is avoidable. Overclocked. During the final phase of the Warden's fight, the slam attack is performed 1 tick faster. Overclocked 2. Electric Boogaloo. During the final phase of the Warden's fight, the slam attack is performed 2 ticks faster. Overclock 1 must be active for this invocation to be active.
Who ticks faster? Ah, 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 ah.
And finally, Insanity. During the final phase of the Warden's fight, the following are applied. The slam attack is performed 3 ticks faster. There's less time to reverse the energy siphons. The slam attack resumes based on where the Warden left off prior to launching energy siphons rather than resetting positions. And in the enraged phase, the tiles are ripped away faster. Overclock 2 must be active in order to activate this invocation. And then, finally, Blazing Tombs 1. Now, because this is Leagues, I can go with the Leagues version of this, as there's 3 different variants. During Leagues, during community events, and then just the basic version. During Leagues, an extra challenge for those most in tune with their League's relics requires at least raid level 300, plus 200 raid level increase.
Oh, damn, okay. It's just a way to fast track it to 500.
Yes, and it's something you can only choose during Leagues and during community events.
Yeah.
Blazing Tombs 2. An extra challenge for those most in tune with their League's relics. Requires at least raid level 300 to activate. Increases raid level by 200. So all we really need to get to is 300, and then we can use Blazing Tombs to bump it up to 500.
So what does it do, though?
It doesn't say, but from what people have looked at, it does. Like, it effectively just increases boss health. That's all I know, is it just increases boss health, and that's about it.
Okay. Oh, we can certainly give it a shot. Can't tell if it's a challenge or a mercy, given how Tomb works.
Oh, it's a challenge. Well, it's a challenge. It's a challenge only if you are trying to work with walk for it, jog for it, run for it, sprint for it. Because those aren't affected by Blazing Tombs. Like, they don't increase the time. Those are set timers. So if you have those active, your raid, which, mind you, the boss health is also affected by the number of people in the raid. If you have if you have those on and you have the timers on, your raid really needs to be able to just pump out damage.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just accepting that you're going to fail, walk for it, jog for it, run for it, or sprint for it.
Well, it sounds like we'll be doing a few different kinds of test runs.
We'll be doing slow test. We won't just be doing slow test runs. After the first run, which is just going to be normal mode, it's going to have just what we need in order to get to normal mode. I'll start slowly adding things on top of that, to kind of get a feel for what we can handle and what we can't. And I will adjust things if we have other people join us, but if it's just you and me, I'll probably try to go for a slightly easier setup than what I would if there was more of us.
I mean, I would actually say the other way around. Because with just the two of us, we can coordinate a hell of a lot better. I don't think we need to increase it too slowly. Like, there's a lot of individual things in there that we can be simultaneously getting a feel for.
I didn't say I'd be doing it one at a time.
Well, I don't know what slowly means to you. I'm just saying we can
No,
probably get up there fast.
I'd probably be adding at least one or two, or not one or two, but like 2 or 3, maybe 4, one per boss, maybe. Well, the one single one we can turn on for a Ka. By the way,
Yeah.
the worst one to turn shit on for is a Ka,
Yeah, I noticed.
because it just makes a Ka so much more fucking difficult.
Yeah, they're kind of way more insane.
Yeah, a Ka is easily the worst one to turn on things for, and Baba is the least painful to turn on things for. So generally people will turn on a lot of the stuff for Baba and Kefri as well, because neither of them are particularly difficult. Zabak's a bit of a fucking pain because his blood magic he can cast, that's not set on a fucking timer with his other attacks. He could throw out a ranged attack, and you can swap to pray against his ranged attack, and then he'll cast blood magic. Which means just fuck you, you're taking damage, and I'm getting something out of it.
Yeah.
So, while Zabak does that, at least it's not something that's so difficult that it can wipe the whole raid.
Yeah. What I do find funny is that the difference in difficulty between Tombs of Mask and Theater of Blood is so insane that it just seems like some of the stuff that you have to do for a normal or for a hard mode Tombs of Masket, it basically makes it the equivalent of normal Theater of Blood.
Theater of Blood came after Tombs, didn't it?
No, the other way around.
Then it's likely that they just learned from how difficult Theater was.
No, they did. They basically after Theater they were like, okay, we don't want them to be that hard.
And then they made Doom.
Well, group content's different from solo content. And that's the other thing, was Theater of Blood basically only like the top 0.01% of players can solo it, and even if they can solo it, it's so long and so hard that it isn't worth it. It was designed with groups in mind. It doesn't scale down. So when they made Tombs of Masket, one of the things they wanted was for it to be soloable.
Mm-hmm. And it is.
Which is funny, because even as late as them adding Chambers of Xeric, solo ability wasn't necessarily a priority. It was more just a consequence of people learning basic aspects of the game and how it's designed. People still overcame Chambers of Xeric in the same janky-ass way that they overcame a lot of older content. Tombs of Masket was the first raid that was actually soloable by design.
Yeah. I don't know. I still don't really approve of how fucking stupid difficult Doom is. But then again, they also made it far more unnecessarily difficult in leagues due to
Yeah.
factors.
Yeah, no, like I said, I did Doom during Gridmaster. Doom was not that hard in Gridmaster. But you know what I had in Gridmaster? The Scorching Bow. Scorching Bow made pretty fast work of Doom.
Yeah.
Now, normally you would have to swap weapons a lot during certain phases, but I did do some runs where I didn't have prayer pen and I had to do the weapon swap. That wasn't that bad. It is preferable to not have to, but it isn't that bad if you do. If you're learning it outside of the league, I don't think the weapon swap is what's going to kill you. If I had to guess, your people are probably using Twisted Bow, uh, Purging Staff, and Scorching Bow for the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bringing Emberlight for just one mechanic in depths like 7 and 8, where the grubs start preying against two things.
Well, the next or a Star Wars game has been announced.
Yeah, neither of us have even tried Doom with the Twisted Bow, so we're again really at a disadvantage here. Anyway, what's the
Yeah.
Star Wars game? Oh, good, I like being stun locked. Made one mistake? Ah, cool. Enjoy getting hit twice. Do you want to play the game, idiot? You don't play the game, you watch it.
Star Wars Zero Company.
It's a fucking weird name. What do we know about it?
It is a single-player turn-based tactics game. Essentially, as people have described it, it is essentially Star Wars meets XCOM.
That's a unexpected mashup.
And it's set in the twilight time of the Clone Wars. So, late Clone Wars, just before 66, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah. I know nothing else aside from that. It's caught my interest, though.
I mean, it sounds kind of neat, but I don't really see myself playing it. I was never an XCOM fan.
Yeah, which is why it's interesting for me, at least. I do like XCOM. I just don't like that mods for XCOM require you to have DLC.
I think XCOM has one neat alien species.
Yeah, I bet you do, Scaly.
Listen.
Yes.
Reptilian superiority.
Yeah, sure. Nerd.
Yeah. I can't help it if I'm from the state that has a place called Gatorland.
Oh, mention that. Fun fact. Did you know ambiguous amphibian is Floridian?
Hell yeah. That explains his amphibious nature.
It also explains why he's a bit unhinged.
Excuse you.
Oh, come on.
I'm perfectly hinged.
No, you're not. Come on, man. Out of all the 50 states, there are two that compete for the most unhinged, and that's Florida and Texas.
Look, we
At
are
least
first.
openly.
We are first of all a state that it's one of the few with laws that say, yeah, you can kind of report on any kind of criminal stuff that happens, and we'll give you all the information, and you can just show it in complete fullness. So you're automatically getting more reports from us that you're not going to even get from the other states. Then on top of that, we're a massive tourist center that everyone in the entire world comes to. Massive vacation spot, summer, winter, spring break, especially winter. People come here because they don't want to be anywhere with actual cold.
Weaklings.
Yes. Um, the cards are just stacked in this direction, you see. Now, with that in mind, you can more fully appreciate that I am perfectly hinged.
No.
Okay, what are you saying I know
Texas
about
and
now?
Florida openly compete for who's the most unhinged state.
Okay, but me in particular? You're saying I'm not hinged?
You like to play like you're a lich.
Am a lich.
I don't think perfectly sane people do that.
Another mortalist. Listen, just because some of
I
us
act like I'm a
have
vampire.
gone
What fucking
beyond
tomfoolery are you on
death
about?
doesn't mean that anything's wrong with that. If anything, just going with things as they are is the insane thing, really.
I haven't finished my thought.
No, because your thoughts are heresy against the Adeptus Mechanicus.
It's not.
The flesh is weak.
That does not align with lichdom. And you know it doesn't.
It does. It's
No, it
literally
does
just.
not.
It is literally just a fantasy version of the same concept.
No.
It is realizing the frailty of mortality and choosing to push knowledge beyond the reaches of those limitations to augment and transform yourself into something greater. How is it different?
They consider magic heresy. I don't know any psychers that are part of the
Okay,
Adeptus Mechanicus.
we're talking about in that more literal and exact thing. We're talking about a world where magic is barely even considered magic. It's all psychic powers or whatever.
Don't you say whatever. You like psychic shit.
Point being, I'm not arguing the semantics of that. I'm saying conceptually, Lichdom is just the fantasy version of the transhumanist ideals that the Adeptus Mechanicus is built on. If you took the Adeptus Mechanicus and you transported them over to a fantasy setting, they would be trying to become liches.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I guess.
Hmm.
But that's still not my full fucking point I'm trying to get across.
Fine.
Mister, I'm
Let's...
going to interrupt you over and over again and not let you finish your train of thought.
Well...
Strangle.
Yeah!
Is it here you loud?
You're laying out your thoughts so slowly that I think that you're done.
Nice. No! I was gonna make fun of the United States more. And you didn't let me.
Fine. Go ahead then. Let's hear it, Yorkie.
I'm not a fucking... I don't know, I guess that technically works. My brain tried to go the route of Yankee, and I was about to say, I'm not a Yankee. That's further north than me. Anyways, yeah, what I was wanting to say was, Texas and Florida openly compete for who's the most unhinged. And then you've got Alaska way up there that's just secretly unhinged and doesn't say shit about it. Look, man, you gotta be nuts to live up in fucking Alaska. Hell, that's where they train the rangers.
You know, that's a fair
You gotta
endorsement
be
of
a
your
special
point.
kind of unhinged to be part of the rangers.
Crazy respect to any rangers out there.
Dude, I got a brother-in-law that's a ranger.
But damn, it does take a special kind of spirit to manage that.
Oh yeah, 100%. Mad respect for him.
I have met 2 Alaskans and yeah, that's the end of my point. No, I can say they're both wonderful individuals. And you have a point.
I feel like Alaskans know that they're kind of a little more unhinged than the rest of the states because of where they live. And they just quietly accept that.
To be honest, Florida
Is
mostly
that another
does too.
trident?
Yeah, that'd be like my 5th trident, I think.
Yeah, it checks out.
Yeah. Like Pierre said before,
Funny.
that has the same drop rate as the thing that I needed. Actually, I even got the uncut onyx, so I've gotten the entire unique table except for the one that gives a demonic pact point.
Yeah, I was about to ask. So, how many kills are you?
134, so I'm slightly above rate. I'm only 1 times dry
What's the
right
rate
now.
What's the rate for that item?
Normal rate is 2 times 1,000 something or other. because there's 2 rolls. With leagues,
Mhm.
that makes it 2 rolls of 1 in 200, like 208, 209, something like that. Of course, 2 rolls then halves that further if you want the actual number of kills that you're supposed to, that is on rate. So yeah, just slightly over 100 kills is on rate. Like I said, at 135, I am a little above rate.
Yeah, I remember Pier hit somewhere around like 300 kills.
Pierre got it on his 300th kill exactly, which was actually a little bit on the lucky side because he didn't go beyond 300 at all. Because 300 is the last one that is the last kill that will give you a league task for kill count.
Yeah.
So yeah. We are getting to kind of the end of the raid, or to the end of the stream at least. But before we do close out, I wanted to give a little bit of a story. I was gonna give it a little earlier, but some of the people I was waiting for ended up not being around during it, so I'll just tell them now. See, today is a very special day. Today is June 6th, 2026. And that makes it the anniversary, the 20th anniversary of 666. Now, I'm not trying to be edgy here. That is the day of the Falador Massacre. Arcade, I believe you're already largely aware of it, so for my viewers out there, just wanted to recount a little bit about why that's such a special day. See, 20 years ago today, RuneScape had an interesting glitch happen. See, not a lot of people had 99 construction yet. And that meant that not every possible really weird and unique interaction had necessarily been thoroughly explored with some of construction's highest tiered things. There's a fine video that breaks down in tremendous detail. It's like an hour long. I'm not going to tell that in depth of a story, but for those looking for cliff notes, basically one of those construction things kind of broke during a really big house party that was going on in celebration of one of the early people to reach 99 construction. And when I say broke, I mean that the people who ended up getting a glitch out of it found themselves in Falador with the ability to attack other players, but other players could not retaliate. See, the game's constructed in an interesting way where technically there always exists an option to attack other players, and it's just a matter of whether that option is hidden or visible. If you're not in the wilderness, it's hidden. But yeah, this glitch made it visible, but only for the assaulting player. It was a bloodbath. Lots of players died in Falador and lost their stuff. Kind of a mess. But there was one guy in particular that, in the midst of the chaos, still had the glitch, but snuck off and didn't make use of it. Um, he could have just not done anything. This fellow, Duriel 321. Instead, he took that time while the J-mods are figuring out what was going on and banning everyone who was killing people, or at the very least kicking them. He was giving all of his stuff to a friend because he knew he was committing to. He then went back to Falador and proceeded to start killing everyone. After the chaos had, everyone thought things were safe and the chaos had settled, he became the last one left. And with that, with his focus in mind, he was able to carry on and carry on. And see, the J-mods, yeah, they were there, they were active, they knew what was going on, they were trying to shut it down. But they couldn't just shut down the server because they didn't know yet what had caused it and didn't want to potentially make the problem much worse. So, next best thing is just to stop him directly. They tried kicking him. Didn't work. See, there's a programming in this game that says if you were recently in combat, that is in combat up to, I think, about 6 seconds ago, you cannot immediately log off. That isn't just for you, that is for the entire client. The J-mods also could not kick you off. They tried pleading with him, hey, if you stop now, we won't ban you. He knew what he committed to. A crowd gathered round excited. There were some that he killed that were unsuspecting, and he took a blue party hat from one of them and put it on. This is back in the days and version of RuneScape where the blue party hat was worth a lot of money. A major real world trading, insane, crazy amount of money. He also was killing some of the people that were crowding around who were begging for him to kill them. Because, yeah, the people knew just as much as he did what a legend was being born that day. He carved a path of death from Falador. Let me get this on screen here. From Falador all the way to Edgeville. Small distance in between, staying in combat the entire time. 4 hours before he finally was stopped. They were able to catch a moment where one of his victims had outrun and outnavigated him just enough that they were able to ban him. While people missed a lot of the early hours of what was going on, by the time he had started, there were people recording. We're talking real early days of YouTube. Don't expect any high quality footage of this. But they finally got him. And then it was a matter of damage control. And the damage control made things even worse. See, it's not so much anything they screwed up in the process of damage control. It's what they couldn't control of the damage. They also had no logs of what items anyone had. They had no way of actually knowing who had what and if they could return things to people. So, yeah, whoever's blue party hat that was, they're shit out of luck. It was actually back then considered one of the great shames of RuneScape. They didn't want to talk about it. They really just wanted to move on, figure out what happened. It was a shit show. And this happened, I should note, this happened right at midnight UK time. So technically, it started about 6.5 hours ago. Nobody was in the office. This was Jagex's early days. They weren't a big, strong company like they are now. The people had to get called in an emergency and try to sort things out. Uh, yeah, it was bad. It wasn't until years and years later with old school RuneScape that they've finally kind of looked back and are able to laugh along with a lot of the player base that has also come to embrace it, and now they do um, sometimes some events associated with it. Um, as for Duriel321, he got on his ult and kept playing the game for a while. Jagex was aware that he got on his ult. He at one point made the interesting choice of mentioning that it was him. However, interesting mixture of good luck, bad luck for him. See, on the good luck side, Jagex did not ban him. They actually kind of looked at it and went, all right, we put ourselves in his shoes. This player, he had no other offenses that he'd committed. There wasn't any sign that he was going to continue to be a problem outside of this one thing he did. And as dramatic as it was, a lot of players would have probably taken advantage of it the same way. So they figured, all right, we'll keep an eye if he does anything else, but we can just let him come back and play the game for now. And from what I recall, I don't think there was any problems. I don't think he even plays the game anymore, but he did for some amount of time afterwards, and eventually just disappeared into the ether. As for the bad luck end of it, he did not get his stuff back. His best friend kind of stabbed him in the back and ran off with everything he'd handed him. Karma, it'll get you one way or another. Now, I want to note that while that's kind of, if you read any quick overview of the story, that's where the story ends. But that's not the whole story. See, there's another really legendary figure to be born that night. Not just Duriel321, but the J-Mods who handled the situation. There's a whole team of them, and all of them are certainly to be applauded for their commitment to the game, coming in the middle of the night to try and resolve this. But the one who kind of took the reins the most and has a lot of the credit of it getting handled at all and not just spiraling way worse is a fellow known as Modash. And why he's important is he would go on to not only, well, just plain stick around in the company for years and years, but to be the driving mod behind, or one of, I think, 5 driving mods behind old school RuneScape coming back. One of the biggest pushing of them, one of the most committed, and he even went as far as to say if old school RuneScape didn't succeed, he would have left the company. but it did succeed. He made some gambles in that as well. Um, that's its own whole story. Is it started out as just, we'll just resurrect the game. We won't do anything else with it, and then turned into, hey, what if we did more with it? And then he got to keep working on the game he actually loved instead of what RuneScape had turned into with RuneScape 3. Um, all the mods associated with that are to be congratulated, but as the oldest among them, he is absolutely beloved for really keeping the vision of RuneScape and um, helping it turn into what we've got now. And if it wasn't for the absolute disaster of the Falador massacre, who knows if he would have had the clout to manage that down the line. It's really funny how things evolve with time and connect and can really work themselves out. Anyhow, Falador Massacre's probably a decent point to somewhat close on. Give me one quick moment before I actually commit to it. Um, I want to see if there's anything going on in relation to it real quick. They had previously done on World 666 an event, but I'm not seeing any such event right now, and I haven't seen any um, announcements. Let's see. Yeah, when they did the event initially, when they did a special event, um, hi, Sergeant Damien. Uh, you're ruining my groove, Sergeant Damien. But all right, I guess I'll do your thing. Yeah, when they did the event last time, I wasn't there for it, but they had a special world set up, and it was especially highlighted so that you knew as much. I'm not seeing that being the case here, so for whatever reason, it doesn't seem like they've decided to bring back that aspect of the event. If you give me a minute to swap onto the normal servers, I can run down to Falador and see if there's anything happening. Uh, and you know what? Let's go to the Falador party room world. That seems fitting. Now behold my non-league's original character. Man, I haven't stared at him in a long, long time. He is nowhere as progressed as my Group Iron character. I actually had started working on him some, and then Peter was like, "Hey, you wanna do a Group Iron?" Um, that's its own whole story, but the short answer is yes, and we did. Oh yeah, I had done Varlamore intro quest, but I haven't been on this character since then. Bloody hell, what's my agility? 45. That explains a lot. I can feel it. Um, nice tidbit, but this is boosted me up to 79,545 league points. I'm actually gonna more or less have my choice of cosmetics by the end of this. Not necessarily all of them, but like I can get a lot of them. And definitely all the ones I could ask for, because I'm not really looking to do all of them. They're they don't all call to me. There's just a decent number that do. You know. Anyhow, Pokemon Moltres. Amazing. Oh shit, he's got a Hunmuff. So yeah, it doesn't look like they're doing anything this year, sadly. Really thought they would. I mean, it's the 20th anniversary. Um, especially with them setting a league to end right around the time of it. We were kind of all speculating it's probably gonna be a big thing, but turns out the 10th anniversary event's all we're getting. With a story told, though, I think since we're here, we may as well end with a little walk of the trail of bloodshed that was carved from the Falador Square right on up the road. All the way heading northeast. Again, fighting the entire time. Just to really make sure that he could not be logged off. And I believe they went, if I remember correctly, around Barbarian Village. Barbarian Outpost, whatever. What's it called? Yeah, this one's Barbarian Village. Up there's the outpost. Right along on up here. See some PKers are also celebrating today. Because, yeah, it's a PK day. Oh, that guy got someone's loot. Bed by Daylight. Beautiful. That's a great name. And ended somewhere around here. I think it was wall. I don't actually remember for sure if it was the walls of the bank or of this little grave area over here that ended up finally stopping him. Anyway, That's this has been the Falador Anniversary Massacre stream. Thank you all for joining. I will see you again barring anything happening, Sunday for our final League 6 stream. Um, I mentioned this earlier, but for those of you that might have missed it, it's not going to be the end of me playing the league. I'm going to play the league for until I run out of subscription time on this account, which will be, I think, the day before it ends or right as it ends. Um, but it will be me starting to close things out. Um, just getting ready for the end, purchasing any kinds of last purchases while I have the league's money. We'll be saying farewell, and then next week starting our new chapter, which will not be RuneScape. I can tell you that much. We're going back to challenges, going back to fun things. I'm sure. More than more than likely. Nothing's been finalized yet. At any rate, this has been your local lich and the vampire companion. Arkad, if you'd like to say your farewells.
Auf Wiedersehen. Good night to everyone.
Until next time. Snake Eater.